Morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now 11:10 a.m. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into executive session or legal session to discuss pending or threatened litigation, real estate, and personal matters.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by the Commissioner from the 8th, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Lewis out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now adjourned to executive session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for being here for today's committee meetings. I'm going to ask my colleagues on the commission if you could make your way forward towards the dais so we can get started. We're about 25 minutes behind, and we need to get started. So I got 1, 2. All right, 1, 2, 3. Madam Clerk, we now have a quorum. I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So
There is a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, seeing no further colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
Mr. Lewis, are you going to? Present. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis, Commissioner Lewis, voting present.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Mr. Mayor, there'll be four. The first would request a motion to settle the workers' compensation, workers' compensation claim of Keith Inman in the matter of SBWC claim number 2020-240 in the amount of $425,000.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion? There's a motion by Commissioner Garrett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Commissioner Lewis, would this be consistent? Okay, present. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis voting present, Mr. Jordan Johnson, and Mr. Lonnie Wimley absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would request a motion to settle the workers' compensation claim of Miguel Farina versus Augusta, Georgia. Workers' comp claim number 2023-53031 in the amount of $35,000.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yes, sir. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis voting present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request a motion to settle all claims of Duval Caldwell against Augusta, Georgia, Brittany Jones, and Hordina McClurkin, case number 1:25 CV 43, which is a federal case, in the amount of $100,000.
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, no further discussion. We're voting.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. That motion carries with Commissioner Lewis voting present, Mr. Jordan Johnson, Mr. Lonnie Wimley absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
And we request a motion to approve the payment of a lump sum of 6 months severance to Reza Bingham in connection with her retirement from Bushfield Airport effective February 28, 2026. About said 25. Such payment being conditioned on her signing a release of all claims against Augusta.
Motion
Thank
to
you, Attorney
approve.
Plunkett. There's been a motion to approve by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yes, sir. That motion carries with Commissioner Lewis voting present, Mr. Jordan Johnson, Mr. Lonnie Wimley absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Madam Clerk, with that being said, this concludes our legal portion of the agenda. Committee Chair turns it over to the Public Services Committee Chair. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'd like to call Public Services to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that being said, and if my colleagues do not object, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 9, 10,
Well, just
11,
Is he in here?
13. Excuse me, 14.
Ms. Rice, I'm sorry, I was trying to listen with 4 ears.
Yes, ma'am, I can
Can
repeat
you?
it.
Hold on, let me. Number 10. Is that regional airport? I'm sorry, Ms. Rice. Can you
Not a problem
continue?
at all.
Can you start from the top? please?
Absolutely, I'll do. I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, and 14. And with that being said, do I have a motion? Okay, do I have a second? Okay, got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonham, may we vote?
Yeah, to delete it, all right? For approval?
Ms. Rice, number 10 needs to be removed. I think it was removed and then you add it back to the consent agenda, so could we?
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, I apologize. I may have misunderstood.
so we have both of those, 9 and 10, to consent. Okay. All right, and I got a motion and a second. Yes, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Bonner, may we start from the top? Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have 6 alcohol applications today. The first one's alcohol number 2601, existing location, new ownership, Samarth Kaushal, applicant for Express Lotto LLC, requesting retail package beer and wine located at 2657 Barton Chapel Road, Augusta, Georgia 30906. This is District 4, Super District 5. Augusta Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
No objection.
Say your name and your address.
My name is Samarth Kaushal, and home address is 2200 Duluth Highway, Georgia, 30097.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, the next one is application number 2602, existing location, new ownership. Samarth Kaushal again is the applicant for Sammy Food Mart LLC, requesting retail packaged beer and wine located at 2749 Barton Chapel Road, Augusta, Georgia 30906. This is District 5, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? Noted.
No objections.
Samarth Kaushal, 2200 Duluth Highway, Duluth, Georgia, 30097.
Got a motion and a second. Voting. Okay.
It's unanimous.
The next one's alcohol number 2603, existing location, new ownership, Malay Patel, applicant for Top Notch Liquor LLC, requesting retail packaged liquor, beer, and wine located at 2751 Barton Chapel Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. District 5, Super District 9. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommend approval. Do we have any objectors? And noted.
Hello, Commissioner. My name is Malay Patel. My address is 411 Pottery Drive, Martinez, Georgia, 30907.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting. Okay. How you feel?
It's unanimous.
All right, the next one's application number 2604, existing location, new ownership, Mukesh Mahatwar, applicant for PM Spirits LLC, requesting retail package of liquor, beer, and wine located at 2372 Barton Chapel Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. This is District 5 and Super District 9. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? None noted. Do we have the applicant in the chambers? I did not see him earlier.
Oops. No applicant.
Recommend to the next meeting? Is that how we do it?
Ms. Bonham.
Forward to the commission with no recommendation.
All right.
All right, the next one's application number 2605, which is a new location, consumption on premise liquor, beer, and wine, and Sunday sales. Bradley Ushery is the applicant for Bradley's Barbecue LLC, located at 1209 Broad Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901, District 1, Super District 9. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? Noted. Say your name and your...
Brad Ushery, 1112 Council Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and second voting.
It's unanimous.
The next one we have is alcohol number 2606, existing location, consumption on premise beer and wine. Jonathan Cotter is the applicant for Broad Axe Throwing LLC, located at 1025 Broad Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901. This is District 1, Super District 9. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? Noted. Say your name and your home address.
John Cowder, 145 Sugarland Boulevard, Brooklyn, Georgia.
Motion to approve.
Second. Got a motion, second, voting.
It's unanimous. Ms. Cecilia, just a moment before you leave. Come. Okay, Ms. Rice, where's your number 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 12 is to discuss, update data, and path forward for a divestment plan for underutilized recreation park facilities.
Okay. Let's see. All right, we have Mr. A.B. and Director Williams here to speak. Good. Good afternoon, Mr. Ladson.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Probably need some help. I'm not tech savvy. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, members of the commission and the committee. The last presentation.
Here.
Got it.
Just in case. This looks good. Ready when you are.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. The last presentation that we did was, I think, at the end of October. And from that presentation, we were basically, it was suggested that we looked at any parks that scored below 20 and below. and to bring that information back to you. That's what we did. We did do added some other information in there that will, I think, help make decisions, help this body make a decision on when it comes down to park utilization. So with that said, the agenda for today is to give a brief overview of the previous presentations, which is the matrix on how we scored it. There was also a mention in the previous meeting that we should show what projects that have current funding on it, and so we did add a slide to that. It doesn't pertain to the actual presentation itself, but we did add that slide just for you guys' information. Again, we were reviewing the scoring matrix, and then we identify and discuss parks with a score below 20. We also showed some pictures and some aerial views, some heat maps on what parks are near the parks that are suggested. There's some recommendation with the parks that are scored below 20 that are nearby that could be used. Also, from that point, we'll open it up for discussion, comments, and questions. Okay, the next page is just a list of Parks and Rec funded projects. I'm not going to go through each one, but this is just for the body's information. Just a review of the methodology that we use. We separated everything based on really the park classification. Of course, maintenance costs is involved, and we have those separated into 5 different categories, and each of them are scored accordingly. We described and looked at the condition of the park and gave points based on that. And also the proximity of the parks, what parks are located near other parks. So we take an overall view of all parks that are in the county, how close they are from one another. And the whole purpose of that is just basically, if we decide to close a park, or if you close a park, what park is the closest park to that park that you're closing? So you may have a park that's maybe 0.25 miles away or 0.5 miles away. So that's also included in that analysis. Park size is also another factor that's included. And of course, the one that we were waiting on and collecting data on is the park usage. So based on all of these different categories, we were able to score, give scores to the parks. So the parks that scored below 20 are listed below. We also listed on this spreadsheet or this table the score of those parks that are below 20, and we also have a column where it's the estimated cost, maintenance costs. So we have that in there for each one, and we have a total of that. We're also at this time, and we started back in November, getting an appraisal on these particular parks. And that information we will have next month, in February. That's the target date, but we've already started on that and getting appraisal. So you would actually, if you chose to sell these parks, you'll have an appraisal value on that as well. The nearest park, we listed those. If you look at this, most of the parks that are scored below 20, the nearest park is in that area, and it's not, and it has a score above or beyond 20. So the point I'm trying to make with that is that if you choose to close one of these parks, you can take those funds that you would use for maintenance and the actual amount, if you chose to sell a park, take that amount and take those funds and put it on to another park. So that's listed there, and I have some notes on the bottom there where Pendleton King Park is not owned by the city, but it's a park that the city maintains. Hickman Park Road is a SPLOST 8 project, but it does not have a score above 20. So I put that there with Hurd Avenue Park is that if you chose to close that park, you can put those, whatever funds that we put into that park, you can put it into Hickman Park. Plus Hickman is a park that's SPLOST 8 project that's currently going on right now. And Big Old Park is a SPLOST 8 project. So with that said, this is a summary of the parks, but I wanted to kind of go a little bit further and show you pictures of the park, show you an aerial view and an elevation view, and also like a heat map showing you where the nearest park is located. So this is A.R. Williams Park. It scored 12. It's an aerial view of it. It's located right there on Broad Street. Here's a pictorial view of it. Also, here's the heat map. As you can see, A.L. Williams is right there in the middle, and the nearest park is Homestead. Alexander Barrett Park, that's also scored a 12, and it's an elevation view of it. And the nearest park there you have is Big Oak Park. I think Blunt Park might be on the list as well. But you have Big Oak Park that's near, and you also have Sand Hills Community Center and the park that's close by, Barrett Park. Next park is Hurd Avenue Park. Here's a picture of it. There's an area view of it and an elevation view. The nearest park to Hurd Avenue Park is Pendleton King Park and Hickman Hills Park. So, but Pendleton King Park is the closest park, but you can also divert those resources to Hickman Park for maintenance. Next park is Vernon Forest, Hillside Park. There's an area view and there's an elevation view of this particular park. Parks that are close to, closest park to Hillside Park is actually L. Williams, but that park is also on the park that scored below 20. So the closest would be Lake Olmsted Park. Bedford Heights Park is an aerial and it's an elevation view of it. Bedford Heights Park, the closest park, you do have Lake Olmsted Park that's close by, and that probably would be where you probably want those resources to go. Next park is Elliott Park. It's an aerial view and an elevation view of it. The closest park to Elliott Park would be Fleming Park. Those resources that's put into Elliott Park would be diverted to Fleming Park, maintenance, any other type of work. The next park is Valley Park. There's an aerial view and there's an elevation view. Valley Park, you have there's Tanglewood Park that's closest. The other parks are really not parks, but they actually have facilities there. But the nearest park would be Tanglewood Park. W.T. Johnson Center Park. There's an area view and an elevation view of it. The closest park would probably be Central Park and, of course, also Dice Park. There's some design going on that as well, and that's projected to be in construction mid this year. Dottie Park is, I think it's our last park. But here's an area view and an elevation view of it. For Dottie Park, the closest park would be Carrie J. Mays Community Center and Park. Again, if the body chooses to close these parks or close this particular park, those funds and what have you would be, you can divert to Carrie Mays Park. So I think with that said, I'll open it up for discussion, comments, and questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. A.B. Ladson. You and I have had discussions on these parks, and, you know, all the information is in front of us. You've done extensive work on this, and you said we would get an appraisal back in February sometime?
Appraisals on those particular parks.
And from what I'm seeing, this total down here that you've got would be, by selling these 9 parks, we would have that money to put back towards like the other community center and parks that we've been talking about, you know, wanting to see upgrades and so forth.
Yes, ma'am. What we looked at doing too is kind of keeping it in the districts. Mm-hmm. So if you close this particular park, and if you close a park in District 1, those funds can be diverted to the park that's in District 1, another park that's in District 1 that's considered utilized. So if you look at that table, we couldn't do it with, you know, maybe about 2 of them, but majority of them we could do it with.
Okay. And, you know, this has been going on for years, and we've talked about this, and I feel like we've kicked the can down the road ever since I've been on the commission. Back when former Commissioner Don Grantham was on there, he said when he was here back late last year, when he did a presentation, that back when he was on commission, that they had talked about wanting to, you know, do away with parks. We've got 51 parks total, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is a start, and I appreciate all your work. And, you know, I'm just one commissioner sitting here. But in order to get moving and to do away with some parks, this is a beginning. And, you know, if I could today, I'm on a committee here with 3 other colleagues, but if I could, I would want to make a motion to, that we look at selling these parks to individuals. I've had, and I don't know about my colleagues, 3 people that I know of that have reached out to me, and I've mentioned it to you, to purchase these parks individually. And to one of them, and I'll say it, is the Alexander Barrett Park. The gentleman has invested and lived here all his life, and he said he would keep it, he would maintain it, keep it a park, but he would take it from the city and take care of it. And I feel like that other folks would probably do as well, or they would purchase them and do something with the property. But we see that these parks are not being utilized. And in a mile down the street, you see Lake Olmsted, Big Oak. I mean, we've got to start somewhere, and this is a start. And if I don't make this motion today, I want to be able to bring it back, and I'm wondering if we should wait and get the appraisals. Yes, and then come back with it. How soon do you think you could get these appraisals?
You know, it's February.
February?
I'm thinking probably the 3rd week in February, but they've been working on it pretty hard.
Okay, so we'll have that figure. Okay, all right.
Started working on them in November.
Well, I'm going to hold on to this, and in February, come back and probably make a motion. And if it fails, it fails. If it passes, it passes. But it's a start that we got to do something. We got to make a move. And 51 parks in Augusta, that's plenty. That's more than enough. Some people don't even know where some of these parks are. They don't have a clue. So thank you for your presentation, and I've got some colleagues in the queue that I am going to address. Let them speak. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Thank you for your presentation. A few questions, and Commissioner Rice even repeated herself, and I didn't hear it. How many parks do we have total?
51.
51. And this is to reduce, we'll take 9, divest in 9 parks. So, what is that? So we're looking at about, 49 parks left? Not 49, I'm sorry, 50, 10, that's 40. It's about 39 parks left.
Yeah, it'd probably be more or less 41.
41, okay, 41 parks left, okay. Okay. A few questions. So I'm gonna start with Dowdy Park because that scored close to 20. Was there consideration taken for the fact that that center is currently closed, like no one's operating that center?
No, we actually looked at, we looked at what raw data. You know, the camera took pictures every 15 minutes, 24 hours. And we look at raw data and see whether people come in and out. So so we didn't take that under consideration, that is closed. No.
So there's a field in front of Dowdy Park, but then behind Dowdy Park, there was playground equipment, and that playground equipment had gotten broken, was supposed to be replaced. So exactly what was it recording? Was it recording the field, or was it recording the center and the broken playground equipment?
I'm not sure exactly how many cameras were out there, but what we do, we will have multiple cameras out there, and to look at every angle where people come in and park. You look at the parking lot, you look at the parks itself, the ball fields. So it may be, I don't have the information with me right now, but it may be maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 cameras that may be out there.
Okay, and so my concern is this. One, it was 1 point off, but the other concern is that we've put in a couple requests and we've changed. We now have a new director, but the citizens in that area, my constituents in that area, have spoke up on behalf of the park several times, stating that the equipment was supposed to be replaced, the playground equipment. So if the cameras were recording, but there's no playground equipment that can be used and the center is closed, there's not going to be anyone there. So for it to be that close to 20 and there's no equipment and the center is closed, that's pretty close, especially for it not to be an operable park. My reason for bringing that up, though, is because even though I know you're saying half a mile, when I did the distance, it said 0.7, so almost a full mile.
Yeah, that's close.
Yeah, it's 0.7. And so that's about a 15-minute walk. And so I have a lot of constituents in that area that are elderly. And so that 15-minute walk, because transportation is an issue in a lot of District 2, and we know that to be true. So that 15-minute walk could prohibit them from even having a park to access. That's not like just around the corner. Whereas when you're comparing Hurd Avenue Park and Pendleton King Park, that's literally across the street, because Hurd Avenue backs up to the gate of Pendleton King Park. So right around the corner is Pendleton King Park. And so I can understand that not being really utilized and just being green space. So I would like for my colleagues to take that into consideration, ride by Dowdy Park to see the repairs, much needed repairs that need to be done. And the reason I'm asking that is because, again, it's at 19, it almost made 20. And if their equipment was actually in working condition and their center was made available, at one point they were doing tutoring services for the children in the center, and this was pre-COVID. They were doing tutoring services. They had a very robust after-school program. They were doing a lot of activities, but you can't, that's Dowdy Park in Nellyville. And now there's a new development coming to the area, and they're gonna have a walk-through gate. So now we're talking about even more people that will have access to that park and not have to walk 15 minutes. So it's not that cut and dry, and again, it's 1 point off. We need to take all of those things into consideration. Another thing is, Out of these 9 parks, 8 of them are in low to moderate income neighborhoods. And so when we talk about quality of life, as well as how we are trying to change the landscape of our areas, we need to really, really dig into that. Yes, we have 39 parks left, but how far are those 39 parks away from low to moderate income areas? Where are those 39 parks located? My other question was, for the Hurd Avenue Park, as we're closing that one, why would, which I know it's just a suggestion and the body has to make a decision, but the needs that are in Hickman Park versus the needs as we're still building back up Pendleton King Park, because we do in fact lease that park. And I know that there's different things going on with that lease agreement, but why would we, it needs a lot of things. It needs park and recreational staff. It also, there's some things going on in the park that is part of another conversation. But why would we divert those funds to Hickman Park versus Pendleton King Park?
Well, Hickman Park is a city park.
Right.
And it's a SPLOST 8 project.
Okay.
So it's a project that's actually in design now and is scheduled to go to construction this year.
Okay, and I understand that, but again, if we're closing Hurd Avenue, then that's, again, about a 15-minute walk versus Pendleton King Park that's right around the corner. So when we're looking at the ease of our constituents being able to get to green space, being able to get to parks and enjoy those types of things, I think further conversation needs to be had. So, to have an exact ask, Madam Chairwoman, I would definitely say for us to take a deeper dive into Dowdy Park, the distance between that park and Carrie J. Mays, as well as the new project that is going to be taking place, and then that may also lead to, which we're not the school board, right? But more children in the area and more people in the area that can actually take part in that park, because a whole new housing subdivision is going to be built right there where Nellyville is, and they will have that walk-through gate. And I'd also like us to just look further into Hurd Avenue Park and the distance between Pendleton King and Hickman Park. But my statement still stands that overall, I want to know where those other 39 parks, where they're actually located. And that's homework that I can do on my own. I want to make sure that we're not taking all of our parks out of areas that are low to moderate income and don't have the transportation to get to parks. I want us to look at age demographics and things of that nature.
We've actually, we have those heat maps that you see. It's
Yes,
on
sir.
all the parks. And there's demographics, everything, ages, everything that's associated with it.
And the transportation issues as well?
I didn't put the transit part in there, but
Okay.
we can certainly add that in there.
Yes, sir.
However, we're currently doing some statistical analysis, some deep
Okay.
statistical analysis, where we're looking at, maybe some regression analysis and all that type of stuff to see if any of these things a match up, and just digging deeper mathematically into what's actually going on.
Okay. And you're currently doing that, so that portion of it is not complete.
It's just, this right here was, this presentation, the request from the commission was 20 and below.
Exactly.
And so this is what we focus on today.
Okay.
We didn't want to bring in the other stuff because we're just focusing on these parks today.
Okay.
Now, there was when I initially did the presentation, I want to say back in September, we said 30 and below. And then anything above 30 and between, I think, 59, we said we probably might need to collect some more data on that. And then we had the parks that were 60 and above, which we considered utilized parks.
Yeah, so I'd like that information. To me, we can't just say, oh, let's go ahead and close that. We need that information as well. Because if 0.50 miles is a 15-minute walk, I'm looking at other parks that are 0.88, 0.70, 0.75. So I need to know who's there and how they're going to get from that park to the nearest park. So that information is very pertinent to this discussion. Thank you so much.
Definitely work with the transit department and that information.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You are so welcome. Yeah, well, and I appreciate what you are saying, but, you know, eventually down the road, we see that this is just the beginning, a start. We have other parks besides these that still don't have people utilizing them. We just have the top ones, correct?
It's
These are the top.
ones the ones the top 20. Well, not top 20. Anybody that any park that scored 20 and below.
Well, and we did. We talked about this during SPLOST. We talked about this during the budget season, about how, you know, we would like to see a community center put out, and I'm not going there, but many people know this, in western part of District 3, 5, and some that bumps up to 4. But, and just, I'm throwing that out there, but we also had discussed how we needed to put money towards these, just parks that, more money to parks that are more utilized in community centers. And I think this definitely is a start to be able to take that money and to put it towards the ones that are being used, the Carrie Mays and all that. I'm gonna go ahead and let my colleague from the 8th speak, and then I'll
Come back to me. Okay, that's fine.
Well, unless colleague from the 8th.
I just wanted to address what you just said, and I appreciate that. And I do believe this is a great start, but I think we definitely need to keep in mind that the parks where the equipment is broken and they've put in several requests to repair the equipment, as well as community centers that are closed and no one's there, that from a functionality standpoint, how am I going to this park and playing in this park when it's not operable? So for me to be, again, at a 19 at an inoperable park, that's still saying that I'm very close to 20. So if the park was in full operation, could I have hit the 30? Maybe I could have. So we need to take that into consideration. It's not just a park that's not being used, it's a park that's broken. So if I'm broken, what am I doing? So, thank you.
You are welcome. Okay, colleague from District 8.
Thank you, ma'am. AB, thank you for bringing this back. And, you know, this is definitely a way to kind of help us hone in on the decision that we need to make as we're moving forward. Before I even start talking about this, where did you get your $468,000 figure from?
These were figures that we came up with, I want to say probably about 3 years ago, where we looked at.
So not actual budget numbers?
No, these.
And I asked that question because when you first started your presentation, you said, you know, we could take this $468,000 and put it towards other parks, where if you actually look at the budget, which I've been kind of going through these, you know, Dottie Park, you have it listed at $107,000 maintenance costs, where in actuality, over the last 3 years, we've spent on average about $18,000. So, and then the only other one that has an actual line item in the budget, we spent $21,600 on it, where you had it listed at $105,000. I mean, I know that these are probably the figures that need to be spent at these facilities each year.
That's exactly right.
But that goes back to the entire budget conversation, and the reason why we're looking at closing parks is that we can't afford all of this because of the overhead that it puts on the county. We don't have the resources to keep spreading them, and even spreading them thinly, you know, across these parks. And, you know, we see the underutilization. We also see the poor condition they're in. But once again, what resources are we going to use to actually allocate towards these without making these types of cuts, or looking at other ways to different revenue streams? So I think that even as we're looking at this, it's kind of, to me, it's a little disingenuous to throw that $468,000 number out there, because that's not a real number. I mean, that's not a real number that's in our budget.
it's put out there because this is what it would take, and this was stated 3 years ago. This is what it would take to maintain your facilities, your park facilities. So, we can agree to disagree, but this is what it takes, and what that tells you is that
I'm not agreeing to anything. I'm just stating what you stated when you started this was that we could take this $468,000 and put it towards other parks. So I'm just stating that because that's what you said. Madam Chair Lady, I have a question for Ms. Williams as well.
Okay.
In the budget, what is covered under the miscellaneous parks budget item? It just says miscellaneous parks, and it's $385,000.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't have that information with me.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you recognize me, Madam Chair?
Oh, I didn't know. I thought I'm still waiting on, are you done, Commissioner? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Mr. A.B., thank you for bringing this presentation, showing us where we could save money. And actually, if all of our community parks was done correctly and serviced properly, yeah, it would be $468,000. But for some reason, over the years, we were able to build them, but we was not able to maintain them. You know, you recognize 1/6 out of all the parks that's underutilized, and you showing, which was great. I appreciate this, where everything's less than, I think the furthest one is 0.88 miles, which is a little bit over 3/4 miles away. I don't remember seeing a lot of people walking to get to a park, but I guess they do. But there's numerous parks. I think this conversation needs to postpone. I think we need to move on to our different agenda items, because you're going to be back in a month bringing us the cost. So we wasting time, because this conversation is going to rehash in 1 month. So, Madam Chair, if we could just receive this as information, that'd be great.
Okay. We can definitely receive his information, and I do want to thank you, Mr. Ladson, for coming and doing this and putting all the effort and extensive work into putting this presentation together. But we will be back in a month with the cost, and look forward to it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
If I can say one thing.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
If you look at I know there was a question on the maintenance costs, but I might have misspoke that, but in our table here, we have like the estimated maintenance costs. And so, but that's where it's at. It's not the actual. So it's the estimated maintenance costs that's on the actual presentation itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Bonner, our next item.
Madam Chair, you have two people still in.
Yeah, oh, yes, please receive item number 12 as receive as information. Oh, okay. No, Commissioner Wembley, please speak.
But if I speak on this, I just, I know you'll come back to it, but when you come back to it, probably you need to add some more information, because at some point, these parks was maintained and ran. So why did they fall in disrepair? Why the utilization went down? Is it because we did not fund them, or the people was no longer there?
Why people are not going to the park? I think it's probably just coming from what I've seen with data and maybe over a period of time, and even parks in other places. But I think it's a change in time. A lot of people didn't go to the parks. A lot of things changed within the past 10 years. What kids and people did 10 years ago, they're not doing anymore. We got these phones and everything now, and that's a lot of what's going on as well. I remember, where I grew up at, we had no parks.
I hate to cut you off. I understand the change of time. But that's not addressing, I don't believe, my question. My question is, because that are still used. I just drove by Big Oak Park on Saturday afternoon, and that was kids out there playing basketball, and basically that's all you really have out there.
Yeah.
It's a basketball court.
And that's some of the things that we're looking at as well. What parks are actually where you see a lot of people at or is being utilized? We're looking at correlation of the demographics, the ages, and everything like that, and actually looking at what facilities they actually have out there. So if it's it's basketball courts out there, and you have a lot of individual out there, then, but you got to look at the demographics and everything else as well.
Oh,
So we
okay.
definitely are looking at those correlations.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I want to add to as well. So also to answer your question is that over the years, the facilities, it'd be two parts. The facilities have not been kept up like they should have been. The funding may not have been there, or if you're looking at different facilities and see one where they're located, what playground equipment, how the courts may look. It depends on what that person specifically is going out there to do at the park. And so if they're going out there just looking for green space just to sit down and read a book, that's what they're out there for. If they're out there to go play basketball, that's what they're out there for. If they're looking for a tennis court, that they may go to a court and it's not in good shape, they're not looking to be at that specific park. So over the years, the money has not been there to be able to maintain these entire parks. All of the facilities, we have staffing that hits every park, but it's only but so much that we can do with the funding that's allowed. We have been diligently working with getting some of these projects that are in the SPLOS that has been provided for us, and it's only but so much and so far that these funds can go. So that way you're looking at phasing things. And so that's something to, to keep in mind. So to answer your question, it may not be something that somebody may be interested in going out there doing. And like AB said, these days and times are different. Kids want to stay in the house. And so we want them to come to the parks. But if there's something out there that's not interested in them, whether it's be their age group or that thing that they're looking for at the park, people are not going to come. So I just want to put that out there. So that is the interest of what's at the park and also the funding.
So what will you put in the park to entice them to want to come to the park? Because you just spoke about funding, and that's what I think that's where it really lies. When you let something start dying and people see it's dying, they're not going to come. I'm in support of what the District 2 was saying. You got a big park at 19, and the area around it, including the projects that was there, the folks are all gone. But now it's at a 19. So what is drawing them over there to make it a 19? Is it because they just want to get out? I understand the what do they call it, Nintendo or the game console generation, but that's not everybody.
Right.
And so we just admit that we underfunded these parks and they fell in disrepair, and therefore that is also have weight on underutilization. Because to me, there's a difference between not being utilized and underutilization. Is that not a difference?
Yeah.
Okay then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Williams, and thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. I'm going to move on to item number 13.
Item 13 is a motion to reject the unsolicited proposal for the revitalization of the Vernon Forest Park.
Okay, we've got some visitors here today that would like to speak, and this was on the agenda a few times, and we've pushed it back, so we'll listen to them, and then that'll.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a serendipitous time for us to be here. first of all, my name is Garen Mueller. I'm the board chairman of Turn Back the Block. Perhaps you've heard of us. We operate in Harrisburg, and our goal is to revitalize Harrisburg through land ownership, home ownership. With me is our board executive director, Ashley Brown, and Brittany Standifer here. She is the community engagement manager for the UGA Connected Resilient Communities. I have given you this book here. This kind of represents some of the work and progress we've already made in Harrisburg and what we look to do in Harrisburg. But we are here about Vernon Forest Park. Also, this is Grant Usry, our board member as well. I apologize. Vernon Forest Park picks up on page 46 of that book as you thumb through it. But first, I kind of want to tell you about the exciting things that are happening in Harrisburg and with Turn Back the Block and UGA. So as I mentioned, that we have been chosen as part of UGA's Connected Resilient Communities Partnership. That's through a competitive application process. And in fact, we are the first nonprofit to ever be selected for this award and for this partnership. What does that provide us? It provides us access to all the schools at UGA to revitalize Harrisburg. So whether that be the engineering department, whether that be the architectural design school, the social and economic welfare school, every school has a project, or we can submit a project to the school so that we may better revitalize Harrisburg. And so as Georgia Power quoted it to us when they encouraged us to apply, it's like having an F1 car sitting at the start line ready to go. You just got to tell them where the track is. So we were very fortunate to be granted this opportunity to work with Brittany and with UGA. And so what we first started doing is having some community meetings and trying to figure out what we can do more than just build homes in Harrisburg. And that we got some community feedback through some partners, through some other nonprofits, and through some citizens in Harrisburg. And we came up with 3 big ticket items, I guess you would say, and that's what's outlined in this brochure that you have. The first is a master plan. The second is the revitalization of the Battle Row corridor and Telfair Street corridor. And the third is Vernon Forest Park. What we realized is that parks serve as community anchors. And in Harrisburg, there are 2 parks, A.I. Williams Park and Vernon Forest Park, which is just renamed in 2021 after Vernon Forest. So what Vernon Forest Park has, as you'll see on page 46, is tennis courts without nets and then a playground with no parking. They also have, at some point, it was being utilized by some skateboarders, and they actually put in some ramps and were using the tennis courts for their own design, but those ramps were removed by the city, and the tennis courts were gated off and locked, so they would not be accessed by the skateboarders. So yes, it is underutilized to talk about what has happened in the past in that study, but there's a reason for the underutilization. That's because there's nothing to utilize. And so we come here with a solution, hopefully, to make this a utilized park. And as you can see on page 46, as we move forward, here is our design that was actually created by the University of Georgia in partnership with us. And that's a result of community feedback. We asked the individuals in the community, what would you like to do instead of playing video games? What would you like to do to get off these cell phones? And they said, we'd like to play basketball. We'd like to have a place where we could listen to music. We'd like to have some shade. We'd like to have a bathroom. We'd like to have a place to park. And we said, okay, that sounds great. In fact, Georgia Power owned the parcel right next to the park, and they have agreed to donate that to us to allow us to continue these improvements as well. I understand that when someone comes to this commission, it sounds like we are asking for money. And I'm sure everyone probably thinks that, but that's actually not our goal here. We're just asking to partner with the commission so that we can fundraise, that we can try to fix this park and make it a utilized park and maybe fix one of those parks that's underutilized on that list. Obviously, we would ask to be able to try to write grants and raise funds, whether that be public or private. And if those funds are earmarked for this park, we'd be able to utilize them for this park. I'd love to provide some more information. What I can tell you is Thompson was recently selected as a community resilient partner. and they redid a park right next to the courthouse there in Thompson, and they actually received a grant from the governor's office, correct me if I'm wrong, Brittany, $1 million grant to build a park there. So there are funds out there outside of Augusta for us to utilize. We're just asking for the ability to partner with the city of Augusta so we can go do that. But obviously, we can't go raise funds to revitalize a park without your approval. So I'll let you ask me all the questions you want, but I will just mention, just to touch on the last presentation, the proximity is difficult for these young individuals that want to play basketball. If they try to go to Lake Olmsted Park from Battle Row, that's quite the walk, and you're walking across Broad Street. And there's no sidewalks. That's one of the reasons we want to revitalize the Battle Row corridor. So A.I. Williams Park obviously doesn't have any type of amenities that we're talking about here. It's just a picnic area. So I think when we compare parks, we need to compare like-kind parks and amenities that are provided in those parks. But otherwise, I would just say, we would just ask for the ability to partner with the city of Augusta. We already have support from Georgia Power in this project and from the family of Vernon Forrest as well in the revitalization of this project. So I'd love to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. This is an awesome presentation book. I'm sorry that everybody else out here can't look at it, but this is wonderful, and I appreciate you coming today.
And we have some extras if anybody would like some.
Oh, good. So you got people raising their hands out there, Ashley. But anyway, I've got colleagues in the queue. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle while I'm waiting on him. Thank you. I would like to see more of this done, wanting to work with the city and help and get grants. That's the way we need to work. And I'm going to go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this agenda item's been floating back and forth on our agenda for probably the past 3 months, it seems like. Every time, hey, move it forward, move it forward, move it forward. So that might be a hint, but just seeing the last presentation, out of one of the 9 parks that's underutilized, and during my interview with George Escala yesterday, we need to find somebody who's willing to, one, purchase, one, to take over, one, to come up with new ideas on how we could make something that's not used into something that is used without it costing the city. That's what we're trying to do, is get the burden off of us and the burden going on to the taxpayers, because out of 50, 60 parks, it's too many. We need to focus on our bigger parks that we could really focus on, kind of like what you are doing right here. You're focusing on one park. You're already talking to Georgia Power and other potential donors. My question is now, since we don't have Mr. Darrell White here as the procurement director, but in that, during the solicitation, Ms. Tamika Williams was there. Ms. Williams, can I ask you some questions about this procurement process? Yes, but she was part of the process as well, Commissioner Clark.
We also have procurement here who can speak on it as well.
Yes, ma'am, I do realize that. But you were part of the procurement process with Mr. Darrell White, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Penix was not even here at the time, is that correct?
Yes, but we also have Ms. Williams who was as well, Ms. Nancy Williams from procurement.
Right. Okay. Questions directly to you, since you are a direct department, if you don't mind. Sure. Instead of we having to, if I want to talk to Mr. Penix, I will ask him to come up. So as far as this solicitation, non-solicited, they did it within the required timeline. Why was it turned down or rejected? I see the how y'all rate everybody for this evaluation. It goes anywhere from 1 to 5, and it's a potential of 50, and they ended up with 30.8 on their scoring. But the areas where I see, does the committee believe that this proposal may be viable but lack adequate information to make a decision? Out of 5, it was 2.8, and I mean, their presentation seemed pretty good. You were there. Can you help explain how the mindset was on that committee?
Well, what I can tell you is that presentation that you have in that book is not what we received. We received what was in the unsolicited proposal information.
Right.
So you may have more information than what we had back right about then.
Okay.
But just looking at the proposal overall, we saw that there was no, definite funding identified. If they're saying that they would come in, so this is kind of different. They'll come in and try to do it themselves and not ask the city for any money. We saw that if we would have to put up anything, we do not have it. Because you're talking about a project that's cost estimate of over 240-something thousand up to $300,000. And so if that's supposed to be in a public-private partnership, coming for their ask, for instance, that we would not be able to add that as a partnership. Some of the design, and I'm just talking about the proposal itself, and anything else is different, we just looked at the proposal. And so with that, we looked at long-term, maintenance costs. What would that look like? That really is not identified in here as well.
Who would take care of the maintenance? Us or?
The city would.
Can we get clarification on that?
We will certainly look for grants to continue the maintenance of the park. This is one of the first steps, right? We can't go ask for those grants. We can't go ask for any of that funding without permission from the city. So our first step is saying, yes, we'll partner together. Yes, you can go seek those grants. And if we can continue to get funding for the park, then we can continue to maintain the park. And that's because we are based in Harrisburg. This will be, as you said already, Commissioner, our main priority, our main park that we're focused on.
Right. So with the presentation being presented today, Ms. Williams, does that change any of your decisions, what you had done earlier this year? Last year, I apologize.
I can say that I'm sure that the city would not deny getting funds for to enhance and improve a facility. I think it is maybe the process by which they submitted the information, which is on the unsolicited proposal, and I can have procurement to kind of come and talk about that a little bit, just in case if anybody need to be informed about the unsolicited proposal process. So if there's a better process of how we get funds through them or agreement or what have you, then I'd see that a little different. And again, an updated proposal, because just looking at this is potential updates. We don't know what the true design will really look like. And so that kind of weighs as well for this unsolicited proposal.
Thank you. Madam Chair, lady, can I speak with the procurement?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. I remember Georgia Power coming and doing an unsolicited proposal too. For some reason, government doesn't like opening the doors.
Have you ever seen an unsolicited proposal accepted?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Penix. I know you're not, you probably know as much as I do by reading the docs in front of me about this unsolicited proposal. Tell me what's the chances of unsolicited proposal making it through Augusta and Richmond County's procurement?
Historically, do you have that? I have my.
Right.
I haven't seen one in 7 years.
Right. Now, I remember Georgia Power coming before and actually having something to present and to offer and hopefully try to save us money, but that didn't come to fruition either. So, Mr. Penix, as far as moving forward with a unsolicited proposal and it's not costing the city any money, and the only way they can move forward is if we get a MOU together. And they take responsibility, they take control over the park. And if we put a timeline, if something don't happen within 6 months, 9 months, the city takes it back over. Have you ever heard anything like that, Mr. Penix?
Setting milestones for projects like this, yes, we could do that.
Okay. And attorney, Mr. Chair Lady, you mind if I question the attorney?
Yes, sir, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Plunkett, as far as doing a MOU and like Mr. Pinnock said, putting, set milestones to be met, is there a problem with that? Because this is one of the parts that's scheduled to be shut down, closed, et cetera, sold, et cetera.
I think that in order to do the MOU, and Mr. Pinnock may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we would have to deal with the unsolicited proposal and then kind of go back with the folks to try to work out an MOU to deal with it. It seems like recently we had that same process with a proposal to do a pickleball facility, if you recall.
That's right.
And we rejected the unsolicited proposal. Then we went back worked with them to try to come up with a way of funding and things of that nature, which, as an aside, we met our obligations. It just didn't work out from their side. And so I think, what we could potentially do is, if that's the correct process, we could do that, and you could direct the administrator and legal to meet with the Turn Back the Block folks to come up with a proposal that would essentially take Burnett Forest Park off the list of potentially closed while we figure out this MOU and what would be appropriate milestones. Maybe it's that we attained X number of grants. We figure out ownership. Should this be in some other, maybe it should be transferred to a different LLC, to some other nonprofit. But we'd be happy to work with them. I was just speaking with the administrator.
That's right.
He said we would, maybe we should try to deal with this in some capacity. Private partnerships are always, in my opinion, a good way to do it.
That's right.
But I do think we have to deal with the agenda item before we could direct that. If I'm versed with it, but I'm not super versed in the procurement code. But I think we have to shut it down and then direct us to do it. It's my understanding.
I'm not on this committee, so I can't make a motion whatsoever. But I would like to, it's in Harrisburg, slated to be shut down, sold, et cetera. And we got a company that's willing to come in, organization that's willing to come in and revitalize that area. And that's what we have been focused on, especially in downtown and District 1. And bringing back the block is a good little slogan. So, Mr. Penix, thank you for coming up. I imagine somebody else would have questions. And thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We was on the same questioning that I had for procurement, and I think it's a great proposal that you're bringing for us, and we're always asking for a private partnership to help, and this can be a model that we can work together with private investors. So with that, Madam Chair, I would like to ask Attorney Plunkett a question. Attorney Plunkett, so what do we need to, do we move it to full commission, or do we make a recommendation to move to full commission to bring back proposal to go into private partnership? How do we dissolve the motion to reject? How do we deal with this first?
If you would, Ms. Scott, I think what I would ask you to do is to move it forward to the commission without any recommendation. Then I can work with the administrator's office, procurement, and the Turn Back the Blocks folks to see how we need to do it. It seems the will is to do something potentially together, just procedurally how we do it. And I don't want to misstate what we need to do, but I could certainly have a correct answer for you by next Tuesday. But I think the answer is that we're going to have to reject it and then work with them. But I would like to confirm that before we make that motion. So if you could just send it to the commission without recommendation, I'll have an answer and recommendation next week.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Madam Chairperson, I would like to move this to full commission without any recommendation.
Okay, and that, you got a motion, I'll make a second on that. And Attorney Plunkett, you will be getting with Turn Back the Block.
I was getting ready to give him my card.
Go ahead. Yes. And let's not let this slip away from us. This is a really good idea, good project, and, you know, working with y'all and see what we can do. Let's definitely bring this back next week. Look forward to seeing you. Yeah. Thank y'all for coming.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got a vote here.
No, you got people in the queue.
Look at your queue.
Can I interrupt?
Oh, I've got people still in the queue. Commissioner Garrett, Guilfoyle, you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, I would just want to tell you thank you for answering my questions, because you was part of that committee and I needed to know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk to the Turn Back the Block folks. I attend church in Harrisburg. I've been there since 2015, and you know, it's good to see. I've seen the work that you guys have done, and you have a track record, and I really hope that through the recommendations that you've heard here, even though the unsolicited proposal wasn't accepted, nor has any unsolicited proposal ever been accepted in the history of Augusta, but yet we still have this process for some reason. We won't talk about that. But thank you for what you guys are trying to do and bring to this neighborhood who, you know, many know used to be a historic neighborhood, used to have great things coming out of it, but times have changed, and keep up the work. I attend church with one of your previous directors, and that's actually how I first learned about Turn Back the Block. So thank you, guys.
Thank you all. And great things are happening in Harrisburg, so we
Yes.
can't wait to show you guys.
Thank you all for being here. Ashley, thank you for everything. We're going to move on to the next committee. Public Services is adjourned. And, oh, we need to vote.
Just for the record, Madam Chair, we're moving this forward with no
That's-
recommendation since
that's
we're not
right.
voting, right?
That's right. Excuse me, colleagues, I was listening to Mrs. Bonner.
Thank you. We had two in the queue voting.
Wait, we got only two people voting.
Well,
To move to next week.
For the record, Madam Chair, we'll move forward with no recommendation.
Thank you
okay?
so much, Ms. Bonner. Next committee. Wow.
That would be Finance.
I call Finance to order, but Mayor Johnson, I also have a request as well.
Yes. We have our Chief Juvenile Court Justice that is in the chambers. Madam Clerk, is there any consideration that we can take to take her action? I think it's on public safety. Is there any way, I know the time is far beyond 1:20. Is there any way in that, you know, she has very important court hearings and a lot of court responsibilities? The question has been asked if we could move public safety, if there's no objection. All right.
Somebody back there, ready.
So can we, if it's okay with you,
There's
Madam
some-
Chair of Finance, can we move to public safety and knock these out for our judge that's in the
Yes,
chambers?
yes, that's
wanted
fine with
agenda
me.
Finance wanted
All
you
right, let's-
item.
And I planned on trying to consent that item.
All right, so let's consent on one item
Okay.
and then move
All
to
right.
public
Awesome.
safety. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Johnson. Okay, I call Finance Committee to order. We have one item, and I would like to request that if that item needs to be read, Madam Clerk, and then to consent that one item.
Okay. That item, a motion to approve qualifying fees for election year 2026.
Okay? Do I have a second?
You're seconding
Second.
that?
I'm seconding.
Are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, and we're voting.
Mr. Wembley? You to vote. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson absent from today's meeting.
Okay, and I won. I'm just saying, if it was a contest, I went quicker. Thank you.
So what are we going to do with these?
Finance Committee adjourned.
Mr. Mayor.
And I'll
Mr.
pause
Mayor.
engineering so that we can go ahead and knock out public safety.
Yes, I think what you're asking is that the two chairs to agree to suspend their committees until after public safety is heard. Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, that is correct,
Okay.
Attorney
And
Plunkett.
Mr. Clark has said he is willing to do that. I am as well. Okay. So we'd be going into public safety.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call public safety to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion? If it's okay with the Public Safety Committee, I would like to consent 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So moved.
Voted, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Pulliam.
You voted, Ms. Pullen?
Ms. Pulliam. She's trying to hold back the clock.
With that said, that's the close of Public Safety Committee. Thank
That
you.
vote is unanimous.
Yes, ma'am.
Great job. All right. Ms. Bonner, let's go ahead and bring Engineering Committee to order.
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right.
Oh, we do. They're up on the IS, I believe.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that one. We're gonna push this one back to
No, we have others. From engineering.
addendums.
Yes, sir. Are these utilities? Engineering.
Seriously.
Are they? Let's make sure those are just addendums. Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna go ahead and suspend engineering with this last minute alibi that's been thrown on us. We're gonna move it over to administrative services so that they can go ahead and go through theirs and we can get some time to absorb what we just received from engineering.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call administrative services to order.
Yeah, push mine off.
All right. Next committee. Committee members, or Ms. Bonner, actually, are there any additions?
No. What is that? Right here. What is this right here?
Was that a firm no? Okay. Ms. Bonner,
It's just additional information, so.
for which one?
Item number 2.
Three of us are here. Committee members, while this information is being passed out, item number 1 is going to be moved to the next committee cycle per Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Get down so I can get your notes.
Okay.
I'm reading something that I don't. Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Bonner, we're going to move item number 1 to the next committee cycle. Mr. Guilfoyle hesitantly approved that. And then I'd like to consent items number 2 and 3, and we're going to move number 4 to the next full commission next week with no recommendation.
You don't want to go to committee? Okay, can we put that on consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Not on consent, on,
Yeah, just to move it forward with no recommendation.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. It's unanimous, sir.
And with that, we'll call administrative service to a close. Commissioner Clark?
What's this for? What was it? Public services. Oh, engineering.
All right, we're going to go ahead and bring engineering services back to order. Committee members, of course, we have one committee member out, and Commissioner Johnson. Committee members, do you all accept the addendum as it was presented? Any issues or concerns with accepting the 3 agenda items for the addendum? We want to accept without objection? All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle, you good?
No, sir.
Which one?
Can I ask Madam Clerk something? Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
A lot of times when we come into these committee or commission, these addendums are laid in our lap, and there's no time to do any homework whatsoever or to even look at them. How has it been in the past where it became to, I imagine some of the commissioners in the past had said, no more. But if it's not done in ample time, we're not going to see it. How was that handled in the past?
Just like you said.
Okay, so if we don't accept it, it might be,
How
you know,
it can
because.
be requested to be moved forward to the full commission with no recommendation.
Right.
It could be handled that way, and it will give public notice through the commission agenda. It could be handled that way.
I think what might be good to do, if anything that hits the main commission on the addendum, is to take very discretion at it and not to set, because if we can't get it done within the committee cycle, it shouldn't be laid in our lap on a commission cycle, because it doesn't give us time to look, discuss, or even reach out to the director to even talk about it. I imagine Mr. Plunkett's got some conversation.
Yeah, Attorney Plunkett, you got something?
I understand the policy that you're suggesting, that you don't want to have addendums just at the commission level or this. I would suggest that you not make it a hard and fast rule, because you should, under procedurally, for an emergency circumstance, you should be able to add something, but just because you missed the Thursday deadline does not necessarily make something urgent. But if you were to lose grant funds or something like that, you would want to have the flexibility to add on.
That's right. I understand that part.
Okay, so Commissioner Guilfoyle, is it something you want to not move forward with?
I'll
Is it
move
all
forward with
three?
it this
Is it all
time.
three that you want to?
No, we'll move forward. I mean, just that director's got to understand it's laid in our lap, at the last minute.
You want to move them forward to the commission? It'll be on the agenda with all the information. You'll have additional time to review them. So you want to, is that what you're suggesting?
We'll set this one.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we're going to accept the addendum, the three addendum items as stated, Madam Clerk. For the regular agenda, we're going to move agenda item number 1 to the next committee cycle.
Number 1, next committee.
Yes, ma'am. We're also going to are those the same? Okay, so number 1 and number 3, we're going to move to the next committee cycle. Number 5, we're going to move to the February 10th committee cycle. And also approve number 6.
So those will be on your consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Committee members, any issues, concerns, or any additions to what was previously stated?
No objection.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, let's vote.
Mr. Guilfoyle, please. That motion fails 2-1, with Mr. Wimberly voting no. In error?
You see, I looked. I was like, man, I thought I hit it.
Okay. Me too.
So we had 3 yeses?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, let's start with the regular consent agenda, agenda item number 2. And then we'll work to the addendum.
Oh, let me get that down. Item number 1, approve incentive-based construction completion schedule for the TIA project in Broad Street Improvement roadway segment between 13th and 7th Street. Critical milestone is substantially completion of a roadway for all improvements between this segment by November 26 versus base schedule completion by April 2028. Also approve early completion incentives not to exceed maximum amount of $2 million if substantially completion achieved by or before the targeted date of November 2026.
Yeah, that was an addendum, Madam Clerk.
I thought we were on the addendum. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to go through the consent agenda first. Let's complete that, and then we'll go into the addendum.
Oh, you mean the
items.
regular agenda number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that was forward to number 4.
No, it should be number 2.
I thought that was on consent agenda. Okay. Number 2.
For number 2.
Yeah, consent.
We didn't add that on there, but we didn't add number 2 on there. So go ahead and read it, and then we'll go ahead and vote on that.
Item number 2, approve award of bid 26131 for the construction of the Clark Center Sanitary Sewer Gravity Main Rehabilitation Project to Quality Plus Services, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions on this, committee members? No. All right. Let me hear a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote, Madam Clerk. Well, y'all are being real nice to West today.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next one, please.
Item number 4, discuss proper protocol for improper changes and timelines to be resolved regarding trash billing issues.
All right, I'm going to turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Speak with I guess Dr. Malik.
All right, Dr.
And then
Malik and Director
Oscar Flight.
Oscar Flife, come on down.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dr. Malik, you had, I had tagged you in this email on this agenda item, as well as Mr. Fly next to you. And I think we all know what this in regards to. But I had a resident that 3 different parcels of land that was charged for trash service, and he's been dealing with this since the tax bills had went out. And tax bills went out back in, what, August, September, August? Yeah. Okay, so I know that Becky had retired. I've been corresponding with Mr. Flythe. He tried to put me in contact with a gentleman, I guess named Sean, and then Chrissy Poole. I spoke with Chrissy one evening, and that was the last time, but she did call me saying that, hey, it was handled. The homeowner only has to do is sign some docs, but that was a little bit over a month ago, and the reason why I put it on the agenda, because last week he called me, and I called on December 1st, New Year's, when I called Mr. Flythe, and still ain't got no answers. So maybe you could bring me up to speed, what has transpired since August.
Yes, sir. So, and Oscar gonna give more detail, but it's, since we talked already, so I dig a little bit more into that. So my understanding is landlord-tenant issue in between all that. So I'm gonna let Oscar explain more. And we do have a next step. What we wanna do is to really get the landlord, the tenant ourselves on that, and, get to bottom of it, who is responsible and what we need to remove from that side. We're gonna let Oscar go through the process, and then we come back to this.
I've got a presentation. Can you guys see it? Can you all see that? So just to go through the process, customer calls, they call 311, and then it comes to the department. And so it ends up being a service request, depending on what they're asking for. There's a bunch of different things. But if they just want to find out what their fee is, there's some research that gets done, call the customer, and then they figure out what the decision is.
Mr. Flythe?
Yes.
It would be simple the way you presented it, but it's not simple for a resident when they call 311, because when you live on Willis Foreman Road or even south of that, I think Mr. Wimberly could probably attest to this, is that 311 doesn't really work in certain areas. But even when you call customer service, you don't get phone calls back.
So there has been an issue with the phone system at the landfill, and IT's been helping us work through that. So if there have been some issues, that is part of it.
Because you have been corresponding with me since August on this one issue.
Yeah, I'm about to explain.
Okay.
It's not a simple. It was not a simple solution, and it's actually not completed yet. And I'll explain why all that.
Okay.
So it gets more complex the way, depending on what has to be done. And in this case, there's research that has to get done, but there's field verification. And so let's say somebody has an extra card out there that they're not paying for. Right now, Coastal has to go pick that card up. We have to validate that that's gotten done, and then you can go through the process to go all the way back to the billing adjustment. So your question was, what's the return time? There's 2 lines on this graph. One is the service request, people asking for stuff, and then the time for us to close it. This is 3 years worth of data, and they're pretty much sitting right on top of each other. But a couple points, they actually diverge a little bit. So in June, everybody gets their bill. That's why the requests actually go up. And they diverge at that location because it takes us a little extra time to go through all these additional requests. So the new contract that just went into effect starting in August, prior to August, Augusta was 100% responsible for all the carts in the field. So a cart had to be changed, or you want a new cart, you want to downsize a cart, Augusta was responsible for all of that. With the new contract, it switched to 100% Coastal being responsible for that. So that requires actually an extra step for us to go and work through that process. In October, we were starting to get a divergence of not being able to turn around these billings because there was issue with the carts. There was some challenges with trying to get all of our operations to work together, us and Coastal. And so on October 21st, we just said, look, we gotta figure this out. So starting in October, that's when things were kind of really getting stressed. And so we said, look, Coastal, let's come in, let's figure out a good path forward. And we were meeting weekly with Coastal's operations to work through the cart issues. And I'm happy to say that by the end of the year, we had everything worked out. January 1, we had no cart issues. We were starting from scratch. So we started with weekly meetings and then every other week, and now we're once a month working with Coastal. So the turnaround time for the 3 years was 84.4%, a turnaround time within 5 business days, with almost half of those being the actual same day that it was called in. So taking that, if you break up the time period before August, the contract change, we actually had a turnaround time of 90%, with over half of those requests coming in and going out on exactly the same day. But there were still, as you can see, there were still issues that could get you out to, up to 30, 40 days. And I'll explain why that is. After August, our numbers dropped simply just because there was some challenges through that process. And so the cases beyond the 5-day period ends up kind of falling into 4 different categories. Number one, if there's a cart issue found in the field, we have to send somebody a letter. So right off the bat, you're talking 5 days, right? Maybe to get a response. What we're finding is that if an owner has a tenant, they don't always communicate to each other, and that becomes a big challenge. And I will get to very specific because this really gets to the question that you were asking. In addition to that, all of this stuff has to be field verified. So we have to go out and prove that a person has the cart that they're actually paying for and not 10 other ones. So the service that they're paying for, we have to ensure that that's actually the boots on the ground situation. And then there's any disputes that could come from any of those scenarios. So the specific case that you were talking about ends up being, number one, that gentleman called, he had 13 properties. And so
3 were in question.
Sorry?
3 were in question.
I think there were 4, yeah. Mm-hmm. So it took a minute to go through that process. The 4 that were in question ended up being an owner-tenant issue. And so each of those 4, he was renting those places out. So here is the example. This is a photograph from March 7th of 2025. You can see that there's 2, 4, 6, 7 carts at the road. He was actually only paying for 1. The owner didn't know that there's 7 carts at the road. The tenant went and probably stole 6 carts. And the owner did not know that. But when we're going by, we still have to service these things. And so he did not believe that this was the case.
So, can I ask a question?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Flythe, with this picture, it's pretty damning. I mean, you got one mobile home and there's 6 trash cans? One mobile home, one person that lives in it? What procedures or policies do you have in place with the vendor, Coastal, saying, we're paying you one household, one trash can? And when it's 6 trash cans at one resident, wouldn't that throw up red flags? And say, and he's being billed for 2025 and it's 2026 now. And it's right there at Willis Foreman Road within, I guess, 3 to 4 miles from the landfill.
Mm-hmm.
What policies or what procedures is in place that would tell the vendor, hey, I do want you to realize, and they would have to have it documented naturally, saying, we're going to build the county for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trash cans, and county will either go yes or no at that point, and then y'all or Coastal will have to pick up the remaining bins that's out there that the gentleman did not pay for. But here we are, the owner was not aware. I can't imagine one man filling up 6 trash cans, though. But as you can see, he got a bill for $1,107 when it should have been $326 at the time. So he got hit with sticker shock, and last week he received an email saying, the letter that went out last week saying that they're going to impose penalties, fees, fines. And when you're 80-something years old, that stuff sticks with you, and the first thing you do is you got plenty of time and you're making plenty of phone calls. So he's thinking that his property is going to be condemned, taken away, sold on the steps of the courthouse. So what procedures are in place that captures issues like this that y'all have?
So first things first, we have 3 route supervisors. They go out and they check for things like this. This photograph was taken by one of those route supervisors.
How long ago?
In March.
This year?
Yes. Last year, yeah. 2025.
And so with the supervisor that captured this in March of 2025, we let 8, 9 months go by without...
So here, this is a list of all of the communications that occurred since then. It was this going back and forth where he was arguing that, no, they don't have all of those carts. And so in order for us to move forward with this part, we have to go collect them, right? Coastal has to collect them now, right?
But last year it was Augusta, Richmond County.
Up until August.
Right.
Yeah. But it's been going on since then. So what happens is if people have carts that they're not paying for, they'll put them in the backyard and they'll use them once in a while. So it's not like you go up and they're out there all the time. That's not how it works. I don't know what the deal was for he needed 7 carts, but there were 7 carts at the time. Next week there's probably 1. But you can't really go in the backyard and go get them either.
Right. I don't want to get into any kind of contest. We know we got an issue. We know we got a problem. And hopefully Coastal will resolve this when they see it. Your gentleman who took this picture should have called somebody and say, hey, send somebody over here and let's get up these other containers, bins. And that resolved the issue. That was under the old contract. I didn't think there was any changes in the contract. I think Dr. Malik had said when we was questioning it, it was the same contract as before. But apparently that was a change within the scope of services.
Yeah. The biggest change is that Coastal's responsible for all of the carts.
Okay, so what have we put in place to where this doesn't happen, and how are we going to take care of this?
We still have these 3 route supervisors, but Coastal is not really supposed to service a cart that's not that's not being paid for. Yeah, well, so we're going through the process of eliminating this, right? It takes a cart inventory, right? So a whole process that Coastal said that they would like to pay for. A cart audit is what it's called.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, I'm going to insert something in here.
Okay, I'm going to back out. Well, yeah, we time limited today. I apologize.
Well, no.
Thank you.
I mean, I want to make sure that we get to this, because the point that you're bringing up, if we identified this in March, I mean, each of the cans, even before we did the handoff to Coastal, has serial numbers on it, and that's how we were tracking them, correct?
No, that's not. It doesn't work like that.
Okay, so we weren't tracking them by serial numbers, but we were tracking that for this resident, for my resident, for his resident. It determines in the system, Elamos at that time should have showed how many cans I should have.
Correct.
Okay, so in March, when we took this picture and we saw 7 cans out here in front of one trailer, nothing rang the bell to say, hey, let's pick these things up?
Yeah, so there's a process. This is the beginning of the process.
In March?
I'm trying to explain to you that the next week he didn't put 7 cans out. There's 6 of them in his backyard. They're not at the side of the road.
Okay, so do we have a policy in play right now? I know Coastal is the carrier, but this obviously was remnants of something that we didn't clean up or didn't even have in control before they even took over ownership of the full zone. Do we have something in place to cover this? Because if I'm the new carrier that's coming in, taking over ownership of everything, and we have situations like this out there, how the heck do I even come to an understanding of what I'm accepting, especially if they're not being tracked appropriately, especially if they're not in the system, and especially if we have situations, random situations, where multiple residents are doing this? What's the fix?
Let's just assume that this guy went and stole 6 cans from
Okay,
somewhere. Right?
that's fine. But
which one day now he's got 7.
Got it. So, but what do we have in play right now to correct this, and how do we correct this with this resident?
So the audit itself, we'll get to the resident in a second. The audit itself, the matching of who's paying for what can, that's in 3 phases. Number 1, we have people going out. Coastal has their trucks going out to make sure that they're picking the right numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a cart audit. All 3 of those things are working in play.
Right, which we hadn't done an audit before we handed over to the new carrier, correct? Okay, all right.
Yeah, this was their zone.
Okay, so Commissioner Guilfoyle's looking for clarification, and all of us are. How do we fix this?
So, for this particular situation, Dr. Malik suggested that we call the owner and say, we're going to meet you out here and pick up the carts that are illegal.
Why do y'all have to call the owner? If the owner that's in the resident is only entitled to 1 can, then pick up the flipping cans.
What if they're in the backyard?
Say again?
If they're in the backyard, you can't walk on their property to go get the cart.
Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Come on, Attorney Plunkett, give me some legal advice on this. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at this too simple, but if we know that someone has illegal cans, what are the recourses to be able to retrieve said property that doesn't legally belong or is entitled to the resident, so that we can go ahead and mitigate this? Because right now, I don't think we have a policy that, do we have a policy that if someone is doing this, that we can enforce?
So the one thing that we can do, and now that we're further down the road with Coastal, they can not actually service the cart. But the challenge is, that means they got more than 1 can out there. Only service one of the cans and leave the other one full. But
Okay.
that put extra burden on them. We weren't able to do that at the time.
Right, it wasn't a clean handoff. I'm with you.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Attorney Plunkett, clarify, Is this something that we can go through code enforcement on? Is this something we need to go through the marshal's office on to ensure that we right size what the resident is supposed to have and is being charged for? Because right now the resident's being charged for multiple cans, right?
So-
Okay.
So I think there's a couple of things that here. One seems to me is that under the letter, it says that you can have additional carts. So it seems like one of the things that if a resident has 2 carts from 4 years ago and they're being charged for 1, I think there should be some type of notice.
Right.
As opposed to you going grabbing their cart.
Right.
So they have that opportunity to keep 2 carts. That's, I know when I started getting garbage service in Augusta, we had the option for a second cart. As far as going into the backyard of someone, I think probably the better practice, or I'm not going to say best practice, but I think engineering is following a good practice, because when you're going into, it's less of a trespass issue, though it could do that, is that if it's a gated area and animals escape, something is broken, easy person to point to is
the county,
this,
right.
And we know how litigious people are.
Yeah.
So I think I would probably suggest that there be something about this communication, but also include that if you're intending to keep more than 1 cart, this is the cost, so that people could do that. But as to your original question, I think the better source is to try to communicate with the property owner first. If they're not, then we can kind of go the next and I think engineering would contact us. But just to go in and boldly go and take the trash cans, I think
if they're
that's
in the
not going to be
backyard,
good.
I'm with you. And that's why I wanted to ask from that standpoint. We've made communication with him, Oscar?
Yes, sir.
So has he understood that he is only entitled to 1 can? That's what he's...
He does understand that, but he got a bill for more than 1 can because at the time.
Because at the time, you guys were seeing multiple cans on the street and everything like that. In these situations, though, and I think this is what I'm saying, and Commissioner Guilfoyle, don't let me stand on this, because you brought this issue up. You've had in-depth conversation with the constituent as well, right? Like he's stating, he's a senior. We want to make this correct as soon as possible.
Agree.
All right. I don't want us to keep lingering on with this. I wish we would have, when we took this picture, saw all the cans and just picked them up because he's only entitled to the 1 can.
Yeah.
Because they were on the street. That was our time to do it back in March, right?
Yeah. So the route supervisor doesn't have, we could call in a force. We could have called in a force to do that. Yes.
Right. Okay. So it's hindsight 2020 at this point. Can we make sure that it's in a policy so that when we're in these situations, because at the end of the day, we're still going to have to support our single carrier, Coastal, in these situations.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it ain't going to be the first time. It's not going to be the last time. Let's learn from this one. Let's make sure that we find a pathway solution toward assisting, what's the gentleman's name? The resident.
I redacted all
no,
that.
it's okay.
Sorry.
The resident. Let's make sure that we get some resolve towards this one. If we can get follow up to the committee on where we're, what's the next steps, and we can also show a policy that you all have in place on how we can prevent this from happening again. This is absolutely an egregious situation. I don't think any of us expected to see 7 cans on the road for 1 resident. And I'm not making light of it, but let's just make sure that we set the tone appropriately.
So 2 things. We do send a letter out when we find something.
Right.
To let the owner know, number 1.
Is he the owner? Is the resident the owner, or is he the renter?
No, this is a rental.
He's a rental. Okay. All right.
And that's really where it comes, right? This is an owner-tenant situation.
You're right.
And that becomes, honestly, I don't really want to step in between that.
Yeah. How many letters did we send out to the owner?
I will check that. But the first letter that goes out asks them whether or not they want extra carts, right? That's really what it's set up to do. Is you got 2 carts, you're paying for 1. Do you want 2, or do you want a bigger one? Or there is a initial letter that goes out.
I got you.
But the challenge here is that, right, he takes all 7 back. The next week he puts 2 out, and then we do the same process. You got one extra one. So they don't all come out at the same time, and that's the challenge. Whether it's 1 cart or 2, right? A lot of people still have the second cart, right? And so when that stays behind the house, once in a while it'll come out and then it's noted. So it's not straightforward.
I got you. I got some colleagues in the queue. Commissioners, well, before I go to Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Guilfoyle, do you yield?
Yes, sir, because updated on this outcome.
All right. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not an isolated case in terms of trash can. I think it's been over a year that Commissioner Pulliam and I have been attempting to work with Mr. Carroll, and I know he don't mind me calling his name in terms of being overcharged for trash cans that's not even on his property, but it's a vacant lot and that type of thing, but he's been charged. I don't know if he did not tell them to pick up. I don't know the process. If you call when there's vacant, no one is living in the house, and I think some of his property was damaged during the hurricane and no one could live there, but he's continuing to get charged for trash service, and no one is in the house because the house or trailer is not there anymore. And also, it's good to know that Miss Becky retired, because over the holidays I've been sending her an email since December 1st or whatever, because I have a constituent that have moved and he doesn't have the family don't have a trash can. And he's been trying to get a trash can, and I've been texting Becky and emailing Becky trying to get a trash can. So I would like to know, who do he need to go? In fact, I just texted him and asked him, did you ever get your trash can? And he said no. So he's actually taking the trash and having it to take it somewhere else at his rental property. Just so happened he does have another house that his tenant is letting him use the trash can. So we definitely need to know who. I guess we call 311 and ask 311 to deliver a trash can. So we just need to make sure we know what we need to do, so we are giving the right information to our constituents.
Yeah, so we definitely have Oscar and Dr. Malik, but we also will make sure so that we can get this particular constituent addressed immediately. I'll give you a number so that you can call on behalf of the constituent. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Wimberly.
Just for clarity, Oscar.
Yes, sir.
The owner, what action has he taken with his tenant, to your knowledge?
So he was asked to ask the tenant to put these cans out to the road, and it didn't happen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We were trying to resolve it, and again, he was asked to ask the tenant to put them out there so we can pick them up, and they were not out there.
Yeah, so it's a great use case. Let's use it to make sure that we have a great policy in place to try to enforce and put some measures in place to prevent this from happening. The carrier doesn't need to be engaged in this. This is something that we need to make sure is in play, okay? So if you all can provide some feedback about how we're going to take care of this particular resident, we'll get a number to Commissioner Scott for the resident that she just brought up. But also, if you all can follow up with the new policy so that we can get that reviewed and make sure that it has enforcement efforts in there as well. Dr. Malik, I stepped on you. Go ahead, sir.
No, yes, sir. So we already, that's what I didn't, Commissioner Guilfoyle brought my attention to. We already have that path that let's get with these, all three parties, ourselves, owner, and we get it resolved, in the next few days, all that thing. Then we also appreciate you all approving the new platform, because the platform was never been used since 2012.
Yeah.
So that's in the process of implementation. So
And just clarify, Dr. Malik,
really
clarify what you're saying about the platform, just for the public to understand what we're talking about.
So it's called the AMCS platform. It's the online technology or software where we can see everything the carrier can see everything, any problem they will see, they can react right there. They're gonna have tablets in the trucks and all that, and we added additional module at the carrier request. If truck is break down, they don't have to manually do all that things. So, and I'm really pushing this forum to speed up their implementation.
Right.
And I appreciate you all and the mayor really executing that, because the deadline was we got to get it done before December 31st for them too. So, and
Okay.
yeah, I really appreciate mayor signing that off to get it out. So,
And you all are training the carrier as well so that they can utilize the software.
sure, yeah. So we did arrange the demo for them, and then they will be part of the training as comes on. Yes, sir.
All right, great. So, committee members, we're going to accept this as information with the understanding that Dr. Malik is going to provide follow-up to the committee and is going to provide the policy going forward on cleaning these types of issues up.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No rejection.
All right. For Madam Clerk, for the 3 addendum items, since we had some miscommunications on that, we're going to move that to the full commission without recommendation.
So moved.
All right. No objections. With that being said, that concludes engineering.
Thank you.